Good afternoon, evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting, Tuesday, March 21st, 2023. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:31, and if you could please call the roll.
Mrs. Hassler?
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis? Here. Mrs. Troutman?
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski? Mr. Collins?
I'm here.
And Mrs. Stufen? And Mrs. Caforio?
Here. 5 board members present, 2 absent. If I could have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the board move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 122C8, and discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for the purpose of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes. The board will be in closed session. Oh, sorry. Are you ready? All right. Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30. We have 6 board members present and 1 absent. At this time, I would ask that we all stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so tonight we start off with the best part of the meeting, which is our spotlights and recognitions. So tonight we're going to begin with spotlights at both Sandburg Middle School and Field Elementary School. Oh, and we have, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
My name's Heidi Thomas. I'm the field principal, currently located at Edison, Hawthorne, and Sandburg. So we're going to highlight some of our 5th grade experiences at Sandburg today.
Here, just a second. Okay, our geography bee. Our geography bee is one of the things that we've been doing for years. This year we had 17 participants, and it was a vigorous and engaging competition. And I met with them regularly to practice, and then Dr. Emerickson was the pronouncer. And all grade levels participated, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And the winner of our bee was Colin Caputo, who is our Sparty tonight. Okay.
And that kind of kicks off the involvement of our 5th grade at Sandburg. I think every opportunity that was afforded them was fully invested in by our students, and they've done an amazing job there. So some of the things that they were able to participate in this year were art club, choir club, and intramurals. They also took part in yearbook. A lot of kids took part in the yearbook in 5th grade. You would be shocked, and so we're excited to see their layouts as they're finishing up. And then almost 30 of our 5th graders also joined student council. So they've had a lovely experience there. I wanted to share with you some of the thoughts directly from their mouths as well. This is a quote from Julio. "I'm very happy that we got to come to Sandburg 1 year earlier. That means that it will be very easy for us next year. My favorite memory was when we were making the pinch pot monsters out of clay. I also love the Spartan store. That's a great memory." And Blue shared, "I think you will see a theme that possibly emerges from one of these two, and I'll highlight it if you don't. What I've loved about being at Sandburg this year is getting new teachers. Not that my old ones were bad. It was just always nice to see some new people, and there's so much more art supplies. I also like learning how to do the locks a year early. That will be helpful in real middle school. One of my favorite things, and many other kids' favorite thing, though, is the hot lunch." Molly. "My experience at Sandburg was very pleasant and overall a very great year. I'm very thankful to have this rare and special opportunity. The year was full of new friendships and fun classes. It was very enjoyable to meet the staff here at Sandburg a year early, which means that we'll be able to help the kids next year find their way around. The locks were a little bit of a challenge, but we all got the hang of it after the first week or 2. I love my Sandburg experience this year, and I really enjoyed being here. I'm sure many others feel the same way as well. Being here has taught me many things." And then Amelia is one of our new students this year to our field group and at Sandburg. "I like being at Sandburg because I have more friends than I did in my old school, and now I have an idea of what middle school is like. This year I love Sandburg because I have great friends, and I love the library because Mrs. Stevenson helps me find a good book, and she's really nice." Our 5th graders also had the unique opportunity to participate in the Leadership Day at the Illinois Holocaust Museum, and 3 of our 5th graders were selected to participate in that as well. And what they focused on was how they were kind of enact change, and some of them looked at how they could support kind of an anti-bullying message at the school, and they are working with Dr. Emerickson and Mrs. Cairns to support that at Sandburg as well. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Fehrenbecker.
Thank you. Okay, so some Sandberg successes. I focused on educate, engage, empower, which is what we all are doing. So here we go. Educate. So I chose my slides, but really all of these embrace all three E's. And the first one, the educate, is about our Project Lead the Way regatta that we held in December 2022 at York High School pool. We had our sixth grade students in design and modeling, designed first small boats, and then they expanded them to life-size boats so that they could fit in them and row in them. And we had 110 students participate, 19 boats, and we had about 200 to 250 spectators that night. It really taught kids to think critically, to focus on working collaboratively, and to really challenge their thinking and what they could do. And that's one of the highlights of my year this year, honestly. There was so much enthusiasm there that night. So engage, our sixth graders and all of our students were involved in trying to engage to support our communities. And sixth grade did a food and book drive where they collected books and food for local charities. Our Veterans Day it was a big deal this year. We focused on a lot of activities, most importantly our 5K to support Honor Flight Chicago. I believe we sent them a check for $1,500, and then we also had a lot of different crafts. We had blanket making, we made bracelets, we bagged candy, we wrote notes for different veterans organizations. So supporting the community and engaging in community activities. Empower. I've looked at collaboration here in classes to see other people's perspectives. This fits really with engage, but they all kind of work together. And then reaching a goal for demonstrating our SEL goals through kindness in the classroom, and our leadership group going to the Holocaust Museum. This has been an unexpected gift. We had a 7-8 group go and a 5-6, and they went and are going to work on, they talked globally while they were there and nationally, and then they brought it back to what are we going to do within our school, which Mrs. Thomas kind of highlighted earlier. And those groups are still working, and they will work together as a leadership team next year and the years that follow. And it's going to be a good legacy to leave. And we had great increases in participation. Our after-school clubs and activity numbers doubled, and maybe from the field fifth graders, but they did double, and we are seeing a lot more participation. Our activities are finding ways to connect in our community. We have connections with community resources. Elmhurst University jazz professor and students and Cheryl Porter, vocal coach, are at the concert tonight, actually, at Sandberg. And they are working with our students and then our field fifth graders being part of our community. As I round out my last year here, I can't tell you how grateful I am to have field students and staff, and I've got to be careful, I get sentimental sometimes, having them in the building. When I first heard about it years ago, I think Todd, Chris were talking about it, and I was like, oh yeah, sign me up, bring them on, I'd love to have them. And at that time, I didn't think it was going to be my last year, but it ended up being my last year, and I can't imagine going out without having this experience. It really has enriched all of our lives. Their enthusiasm, their happiness, their participation has brought a lot of joy to all of us, and I couldn't be more thankful for that. And I challenged them at the beginning of the year to say, okay, this is your year. Next year, you are going to be our sixth grade leaders, and I'm leaving confident knowing that's going to happen. And I just want to thank you all for my time and experience here at D205, and I'm grateful I got to end this way. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fehrenbacher, for your leadership and serving students and staff for all these years in District 205 at more than one school. So thank you very much. Okay, are you doing a separate or field, like, is that? Yes. Okay, sorry. That's good, that's all good, okay, next is York Community High School Wrestler 4th in State Proclamation. So if you could come up here, our wrestler and Mr. Collins and maybe the coach, if they're here. Are they not here? Okay, well, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, it's a little bit, okay. All right, how about York High School speech team? I know that some of them are here, so how about if they come in the middle, and if their coaches could come up, and then Mrs. Hostler's going to do the proclamation and honoring as well. So come on up, stand in the middle so you can be honored.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. All right. My name is Kevin Martin. I'm the head speech coach at York High School, and the York speech team this year had a phenomenal season. During the regular season, I think our team finished in the top 3 at every tournament. The Homewood Flossmoor Novice Tournament, which we've been going to for the last 7 years, and out of those 7 years, we've been tournament champions 6 years straight. And we are extremely proud of our speech team, our performance in the round. We had 4 students advance to the state tournament this year, and we want to congratulate senior David Izzo, who finished 4th in the state in extemporaneous speaking. Sophomore Aiton Espinoza, who finished 4th in the state in original comedy. Junior Andrea Alcaraz, who finished 7th in the state in special occasion speaking. And Nico Thorson they were a state qualifier in humorous interpretation. They couldn't be with us tonight, but we want to still acknowledge them. And here to recognize our performance in the round, I'd like to bring our directors, Mr. Burke and Ms. Marionetti.
Hello, everyone. Mrs. Marionetti and I have had the pleasure of coaching the Performance in the Round team for the last 2 years. Performance in the Round is an interesting event where it requires our students to put on a performance at 15 minutes in a 16-foot circle where they are then able to compete in our regional, sectional, and state. We were able to secure a regional championship this year, which led us into our sectional, leading us to the first sectional championship for Performance in the Round in our school's history. We were then able to advance to compete against 18 other teams from around the state, bringing our message from the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse to the state competition. After 2 days of competition and 2 different rounds, we were named the state champion as the final performance of the day, and we are just so proud of all of our students. Our students include Luke Hanley, Charlie Matias, Noli Hanna, Tara Freund, Sam Youngman, Alexa Klein, Eloise Hill, Elle Kramer, Gio Santoro, Oliver Roy, Jack Davies, and Will Fisher. We are so proud of them, and we are so proud of what we have been able to do.
And I just want to tag on to that, 2 things. First of all, thank you for Mr. Martin. Mr. Burke and I barely knew what we were doing, so we really appreciate you letting us kind of dive in and try to tell a story to the world. This is such an important story. I really recommend the book if you have not read the book. It also just won an Oscar, so not our performance, but what we always talk about in York Drama and York Speech is being the good, and competition is nice and the gold medals are nice, of course, but what kind of person you are and the art that you make is the most important at the end of the day. And my favorite line in this story is when the mole says to the young boy, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And the young boy looks at this little mole and says, "Kind." And that's what we base our entire program on, and the heart and soul of these students is so clear in it. There was a coach that I keep having to think, coach. The word is coach. There is another coach that walked up to Mr. Burke in the middle of the competition and said, "Hi, I don't know you. I'm from this other school, but I just want to tell you, your kids at York High School, this group of kids is obviously just so kind, and that's the exact words they used. And their behavior and their respect for other schools, congratulating other schools, really sharing in the storytelling with each other, and just really being at the heart of what this all means. All of the speech kids here was really the greatest joy. So thank you so much for having us tonight. We're so proud of them.
Thank you all for being here. So one thing I know is that the students standing in front of me are like some of the hardest working people I know. Not only are they involved in speech team and performance in the round, but I know many of them take part in music, drama, in addition to their academic achievements and everything else that they're doing. So the time commitment and dedication that you all put into this is amazing. And it's so nice to see all of that come together with speech and performance in the round together. It's amazing to see what you guys are doing. You should be very proud. And then I want to say thank you to our teachers and our staff and all the time that you put into supporting our students and making these opportunities possible for them to experience these things. So thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas the York Community High School Speech and Drama Performance in the Round piece, The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse, earned a state championship at the Illinois High School Association Speech State Final on February 18th for the first time in the school's history. And whereas the speech team, consisting of 60 members, has finished in top 3 almost every weekend, have become the HF Novice Champions for the 6th year in a row, and tournament champions 8 times during the season. And whereas Performance in the Round, a 15-minute performance in a circle that is also part of State Speech Series, has earned the titles of sectional champions, regional champions, and state champions. Whereas the Performance in the Round cast consists of Eloise Hill, Oliver Roy, Elle Kramer, Will Fisher, Gio Santoro, Noli Hanna, Alexa Klein, Luke Hanley, Jack Davies, Charlie Matthias, Sam Youngman, and Tara Freund. Whereas the following individuals also qualified for state: David Izzo, who earned 4th in state in extemporaneous speaking; Aiden Espinoza, who earned 4th in state in original comedy; Junior Andrea Alcaraz, who earned 7th in state in special occasion speaking; and Nico Thorson, who is a state qualifier in humorous interpretation. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, District 205, and the community of Elmhurst. Now, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to the speech and drama team, as well as their coaches, for their outstanding performance in this competition. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you for that. And next we have Wendy Albert. Is she here? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm So before I read the proclamation to honor you, I just, I wanted to honor you because you have been in this boardroom bringing kids for like almost twice a year, probably more than that, and I just forget, to be honored about things that they use their academic knowledge and they apply the skills to take with them and do really unique things. If anyone's eaten at La Brigade, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I've been in your classrooms and I've seen you work with kids, and the work that you do to change our kids' lives is amazing. And so I'm so glad that you were honored with this award, but more importantly, I want you to know that we see your work and are just so grateful for all the work you do for students, because it's all about our students. So thank you. So whereas Wendy Albert, Family and Consumer Science Instructor at York High School, was named the CTE Regional Instructor of the Year, and whereas this award is given to honor instructors for their innovative teaching strategies, advocacy for CTE, and their passion for education, and whereas Wendy Albert has been able to combine the skills of multiple industries with care and compassion, which allow her to set students up for success, she has also become and continues to be the strongest advocate for expanding all CTE programming available to her students. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Wendy Albert and her family for her outstanding achievement. Thank you. Thank you again, students, teachers. Thanks for coming, parents. Okay, and just to confirm, Mr. Oswald is not here? No? So that, yeah. Should we read? Do you want us to reschedule or read his thing? Okay, all right. Okay, all right, we'll reschedule. Thank you. It's- Okay. Okay. Oh, that was great. All right, next item on the agenda is public comments. There will be up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments, with up to 3 minutes per public speaker, concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens, or representatives of other public agencies. We ask that you be respectful, not mention the names of employees or personnel, and the board secretary will remind you when you have 30 seconds left. So at this time, we'll call our first speaker.
First speaker is Ed Roan.
Good evening. My name is Ed Roan. I live at 735 Spring Road. I thought long and hard about what I was going to say tonight, and I ran out of time. So I quickly threw together some notes. I'm a Boomerang resident of Elmhurst. Family moved here in 1968 when I was 8 years old. I went to Field, Sandburg, and York. And when I had my own family, I boomeranged back with my 2 sons in 2004, primarily because of the schools of Elmhurst. I had 2 boys that have graduated out of York, one in 2018 and then the COVID year, 2020, and I currently have a senior at York. I decided about 3 months ago to, with the new election, to get informed of what's happening. And I'll just say it's been a very, very interesting journey. I could elaborate on it, but 3 minutes kind of cuts you off. And unfortunately, despite what we've heard, it's a little hard to say this given what I've heard from the speech team and the acknowledgments of the teachers. What I've learned over the last 3 months is pretty disappointing. A lot of information that's being flown around social media, otherwise and such. A lot of talk about the tax levy, a lot of talk about SEL learning. I'm still researching and learning about the topics. They're in-depth, they're complicated. So I'm not going to even comment on those tonight because I never like commenting on anything that I don't really know what I'm talking about. But one of the things I decided to delve into was one of my son's classes. And it was, he is currently taking college literacy. So I went online and I pulled up the syllabus. College literacy, and I apologize if I come off a little with an attitude or whatever, but whatever. The definition of literacy is the ability to read and write. The ability to read and write. Course description, college literacy will focus on the improvement of reading and writing strategies necessary to be successful at the college level. Students will engage in extensive study of nonfiction and rhetoric, but the course will also include an examination of fiction text.
30 seconds.
Oh, boy. One of the things I would like to request of the board to consider is, given the fact that you have an awful lot of concerned parents that have been showing up at meetings, I'd like the board to consider raising the amount of time, increasing the amount of time for a single person for 5 minutes, and to increase the amount of public hearing for 45 minutes. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Zerkowski.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. Dave Zerkowski, Elmhurst resident for 20 years, 4 kids, 2 with disabilities, 2 that are not white. And I brought that up before at the meetings for various reasons. But I want to talk about a couple things today. I have a lot of bullet points here, but really what I want to ask about is, I think that times we pretend things are one way when they are not. And so one of those things I wanted to bring up is I saw a video last week, and I'm not exactly certain of the topic, but a board member was saying there's a lot of misinformation out there about D205 and that the potentially that we're focusing on negatives. So everybody's entitled to that opinion, but we have stats today out from WirePoints, which much of the information from WirePoints makes it into Wall Street Journal, very credible source. We have approximately 50% of the students in D205 not performing at grade level. That's down quite a bit from 10 years ago. It's down a lot. And to say that we focus on the negative, I don't know what would be more important to focus on than half the kids in the district not reading or writing at grade level, and I think that's where the comments of the gentleman behind me were going. I have a brother-in-law who's a political science professor at Illinois Wesleyan, and he said, God, I get all these kids who can barely read. I go, I know you do. because I know where they're coming from. We're one of the better suburbs in Illinois, and we're probably sending you some of those guys. I don't know where the criteria has gone. My son is an honors student, or honors class, is a freshman at York. And in literature, I'm exactly the class, or English, but the reading material he's got, we found out, is the same thing that the 6th graders at IC is reading. And this is honors English. It's not making, it just doesn't add up. We have all the resources. We have all these things that are available to us in D205, but it seems like we are coming up short. If we were at 50% grade level and we came from 35, I would say this is fantastic.
30 seconds.
But we're dropped from 70 to 50. So, you know, I've worked at Bank of America, I've worked at many public companies, I've been the diversity inclusion director at a Fortune 500 company. And a lot of times people get in rooms and there's a lot of groupthink, and people have these great ideas and they have accomplishments in academics or letters after their name. But unfortunately what happens is none of those letters ever add up to common sense. They don't spell it.
3 minutes.
I think we're
Thank
missing
you.
it. And I'd hope we can inject common sense back into the education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Chavez.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tom Chavez. I've been a resident in Elmhurst for 17 years, 3 kids that are through the district. One is about to graduate in May or June, whenever graduation is. But I wanted to raise the same point that Mr. Zerkowski raised about the Lincoln PTA Forum. And I wanted to read the exact comment because it's important for the community to understand. The exact comment says, "Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, but not their own set of facts. And that skewed data results in confusion and a misrepresentation of our district." So my question for the district, and for once and for all, I'd like clarification, is what data are we talking about? So these comments are aimed at the parents who've been coming here for almost 2 years now, concerned about proficiency in Elmhurst, and pulling the data from the Illinois State Board of Education that the district is obligated and required to report to them. So we take the data, we organize it, and present it to parents in the community in a way that they can understand exactly what's going on. I think the mischaracterization that's being talked about is this. The state of Illinois proficiency in math is about 25%. The state of Illinois proficiency in English is about 30%, okay? So the district, or the state of Illinois, assigns summative designations based on the state averages, which are horrendous. 25 and 30% proficiency statewide is not where we want to be in Elmhurst. But the state of Illinois assigns us assigns us those summative designations based on our performance against very low performance. That is not Elmhurst. So what the district does is present those summative designations, exemplary and commendable, as how our district is actually performing. That, to me, is mischaracterization of the actual performance in our district, okay? So, for example, Sandburg Middle School has 44 and 42% proficiency math and English. Those kids are heading into York High School. Almost 60% of them are unprepared to be there. The data that I've read shows that those kids have a very low probability of catching up by the time they graduate from York. The long-term strategic plan calls for 2.5% proficiency growth. That means there's actually no plan for those kids to catch up. So what I'd like today is once and for all, okay, for the district to report to the community the actual performance of our students.
30 seconds.
And that means proficiency, not growth. Those are being conflated to confuse parents about how our district and our students are performing. And I think that is the mischaracterization, not me, not the people, not the parents who are asking for honesty and truth from the district. It's time to come clean and tell parents exactly how we're performing. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Sullivan.
Okay, I'm not going to, John Sullivan, lifelong resident, born and raised. I'm not, same thing, you know, You can have your own opinion, but not your own facts. Said the same thing to my students when I taught. Make sure we're facts. So I thought, man, maybe I'm off. Went back and looked and found the same information that Tom just mentioned and the other gentleman just mentioned. We're down 40 to 50%. So it's one of those things where we need to look at. But you need a plan. And I know I read in October, November in the local paper, Superintendent Campbell said, hey, we're digging into the data. Awesome. We're going to formulate a plan. Well, we're almost at the end of the school year. Maybe you can help me find where that plan's at, where I can find it. Are you going to publish your plan? I don't know. I'd love to see a teacher do that. I'm digging into my data of my students, and then once I formulate a plan, then I'm going to implement it. Well, it's the end of the school year. And I worked with students who were in survey to AP all in one classroom. That was my career as a teacher. And I want to give just one that really stood out to me. I had a student who transferred in from a Southwest state. I taught a semester course, second semester, comes in, first test, I'm looking at it, I'm going, this is kind of weird. Call her up after class, hey, talk to me here, what's going on? She's in tears. So that was really nice that we have Jackson School running their emotions. Come to find out, this girl can't read, she only reads at a third grade level. The textbook we're using is an 8th grade level. She could not function in a basic class. It wasn't a hard class because you have to cater. And I'm looking, I said, boy, that would have been great to have Jackson School's emotions for that girl to point out which emotion, because emotion wasn't hard for me to read with the tears coming down her cheeks. 3rd grade. Where's she going to be? So then I looked for her IEP because I thought maybe I missed it. No IEP. Then I call up. Hey, why doesn't she have an IEP? She needs help. Well, we're evaluating. Guess when they came to me and said, John, good news. She now qualifies for assistance. I go, that's great, but we have, 4 days left of the school year.
30 seconds.
So we lost a whole year. That student lost a whole year, didn't progress. So what's our plan for the district? We were losing another year. What are we doing to students who can't read, can't do arithmetic? How will that look when they turn 18? Not all of them are going to go to college. There'll be a percentage that will. How will they function in society? So if you guys could send me your plan or just post your plan, you don't have to send it to me, just
3
post your
minutes.
plan.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jen Kovacs.
Hi, longtime listener, first-time caller. I'm Jen Kovacs. My husband, Steve, and I are near 10-year residents of Elmhurst. We currently live in the Hawthorne Elementary School District, but are very proud residents of the dual language Fisher community. I'm here with some other very proud dual language parents, and we first want to appreciate the investment that this board in our district has made in our current audit of the dual language program. We're really excited to hear the results of those and are confident that our future of our program is in good hands. We also want to say thank you to Dr. Campbell and to Katie Lyons and to Dr. Grenz for creating so much space for Fisher parents to be able to give feedback and stay in current dialogue. We're here today to invite the board to engage in that dialogue as well. We recognize that many student populations have been impacted by COVID, but primarily the dual language kids between 1st and 3rd grade, or 2nd through 4th grade at Fisher are struggling incredibly. And we are very concerned that there's only a few months left in school and our kids are losing confidence in themselves because they're falling behind English speech native English speakers and native Spanish speakers. And like some of these other parents, residents of that community don't always have the agency or feel that they have the agency to ask for what we need. We are confident that together with this board, we will partner on creative solutions, but we came here tonight to ask for a sense of urgency for the kids that are in the program currently. My daughter's in first grade. She is better at Spanish than my third grade son. I am confident in the future of our program, but those kids that were in during COVID and missed that gap, they are struggling and it's impacting all aspects of their lives. So we know that you have an incredible amount of work in front of you, and we just are here today to say thank you for the work you've already done to enhance the program, and thank you for continuing to listen to us and work with solutions. Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda. As you know, at this time, the board does not follow up on public comments, but will follow up after the meeting as needed. Approval of board meeting minutes, approval of regular, special, and committee of the whole board minutes. Special meeting, February 8th, 2023. Committee of the whole, February 8th, 2023. February 21st, 2023, and March 6th, 2023. Were there any changes to those? Okay, then those stand as presented. Item B is approval of closed session minutes for February 21st, 2023, and March 6th, 2023. Those stand as presented. Okay, next item on the agenda is reports and presentations. The first one will be the school year 23-24 staffing proposal and updates.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. I'm here just to provide a very brief overview of today's staffing update. That will provide the board with an understanding of our proposed staffing model for the 23-24 school year with projected staffing needs that really ultimately maximizes our resources to achieve excellence. In D205, we shared, if you go to the next slide, this slide just provides last year, this current year, as well as projected certified retirements with the projection of some significant increases of certified retirements happening in SY 25 and 26. The next slide just demonstrates an overall 1.69 FTE increase from this current school year to the next, to SY 23-24. Actually, the next slide will outline the specific changes based on the job categories under certified. We see that there is an overall 1.70 FTE increase to meet the needs of our special education students, a 1.23 FTE increase for our English learner and bilingual, as well as a 1.24 FTE decrease in our general education, which brings us to our overall 1.69. Just for some added context, we are increasing one section of bilingual at Conrad Fisher, and there is the district-wide increase of a 0.23 FTE and for EL, and those increases speak specifically not only to Conrad Fisher, but we're seeing increases at York, which also we're seeing some very slight reductions across our middle school, which then brings that total to such. So as we've shared before, our staffing model really focuses on making sure and identifying the needs of our students and appropriately providing resources to meet those needs. This next graph demonstrates the anticipation for classified changes from this particular school year to the next school year. If you go to the next slide, as it relates to our educational assistants, we're showing a slight decrease in our educational assistants district-wide. With our technology assistants, I wanted to share briefly, we have presented to the board our technology department staffing structures have dramatically shifted, and roles continue to be evaluated to maximize resources. And so effective for the 23-24, the number of technology assistants will be reduced by 2.0 FTEs for a total of 10. And we will again deploy those resources based on student enrollment and building-based needs. We have a slight increase for our custodial staff, and that's due to our district-wide building increase for our square footage. The school assistant secretary, as we've shared and talked tonight, we know that field was dispersed across 3 school site campuses, and next year as they return to their new building, we are making that adjustment for that school assistant secretary position that has always been there. We are currently analyzing the supervisory needs at our York High School as it relates to our campus supervisors. So we are anticipating a need to increase the number of campus supervisors based on the current needs that are existing in that building and the deployment of our current staff. But really looking at making sure that we're maximizing to ensure that there is adequate supervision throughout the entire school day. And so the team is currently working and putting together the analysis for that, but we are anticipating a 2 to 3 FTE increase for our campus supervisors. There is an opportunity for us to, and over the last few years, for us to really look at expanding and being very intentional about our instructional leadership teams and our structures across our schools. And so this year, there's a proposal for assistant principals to expand our instructional leadership teams by allowing and providing a model of 1.0 assistant principals at Emerson, Field, Jackson, Jefferson, and Lincoln, as well as for there to be a 0.5 position shared across 2 of our smaller campuses, being Edison and Madison, while maintaining current allocations at Fisher and Hawthorne. Oftentimes, we're asked as to what the actual impact or the assumptions that are made by expanding this model. We believe that the expansion of this instructional leadership model will allow for opportunities to deepen staff development, to monitor instructional practices and student outcomes, align with specific school improvement plans, as well as expanding the depth and knowledge of content areas within that instructional leadership team. So really leveraging the expertise of individuals and looking at very specific school needs, and so that we're deploying and supporting and expanding leadership teams based on the actual student needs. And lastly, this is just an opportunity for us to continue to be forward-thinking as a school district and how we are properly planning and promoting and creating a strengthened pipeline for leadership, for principal leadership. So we also believe that this expansion of our instructional leadership team provides for an internal leadership pipeline to be strengthened. At the February, and I'm going to the next slide. At the February 21st Board of Education meeting, a proposal was shared and brought to the board, which you all took action on to reallocate resources to meet student needs. Specifically, administration began analyzing student data in preparation for the 23-24 school year. The administration undertook a deep analysis of the student academic data and some trends, and really looked at what our current academic supports that we were allocated here within District 205. And so we saw that there was an opportunity that we would benefit from providing not only targeted support in reading, but also providing comprehensive support as it relates to math intervention. In order to provide this additional support, we have determined, and this was already shared, but I wanted to again speak to it as questions are, well, what are the actions? What are we actually doing in response to the data? We're really looking at how students are tiered and what specific supports are provided, and making sure that we appropriately begin to align staff. And so we saw this as an opportunity to provide staff for additional math intervention support across our elementary as well as our middle school level, given the actual research around the amount of minutes that need to be provided for students that are in a specific tier. I'm not going to take my colleagues' thunder, but there is going to be in the next presentation, they're going to provide some more context to share about what do we mean by utilizing that language of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. But really, it's basically saying, how do you provide additional support based off of student needs when looking at various data points, both summative as well as formative. And our last slide, I just want to say that over the past year and a half, this administration has been devoted and has devoted a significant amount of time of learning what our current staffing model is in place, reviewing student data, as well as talking to building leaders. It is our commitment to continue to project staffing needs to maximize our greatest resource, which is people, to achieve academic excellence. And so in addition, we closely will continue to closely monitor student enrollment and staffing demands over the next 4 months, as we are really excited that official registration for the 23-24 school year opened yesterday. And so in addition to what we have presented, asking the board for consideration of about 3 to 5 certified FTE allotment, if needed, just to continue to reflect our growing and diverse needs of our students as well as our schools.
Okay, thanks for that. Comments, questions? Yeah.
Sorry, Keisha, what was the last part that you covered there? You said some initial data and then followed by the 3 to 5 FTE. What was that? I missed it, sorry.
So the request was made for us to provide the administration with a cushion of a 3 to 5 FTE if needed, based on enrollment trends. So we are closely watching, and we are actually projecting this specifically at our elementary level, where we see a trend of increased enrollment. And so just in case if a particular section reaches the threshold and we need to add an additional section, I'm just asking the board for that wiggle room. And then obviously in August, I will come back and report out on actually where we landed with numbers and how many actual staff. So just in case if those needs are needed, if we have additional students transfer in with different, educational needs that would require us to really analyze our staffing model, I'm just asking ahead of time for that cushion to be provided.
Got it. I thought I heard you say initial signs that enrollment might be growing, which is good to see. So thank you.
Dr. Kimball, can you, the proposed changes in the staff, I think people see the word reduction and they kind of panic, and they feel maybe that there's resources being removed from their buildings or their classrooms or, with their students. So can we maybe talk about why the specific items are being kind of, I think, reallocated is the better, my understanding of it, but I just want to make sure the community understands that, a reduction doesn't mean that people are getting fired. It doesn't mean that we're, losing jobs, but in my understanding is that it's a reallocation of bodies to address the needs in our buildings and for our students. So could we just expand on that a little, please?
That is actually correct. You actually did a phenomenal job with that. I don't know how much more I need to add, but it's definitely that. This was not a reduction in workforce in terms of, based on the actual positions that we have available. We've shared, and we know that right now there is some significant staffing shortages across our teacher assistant position, our custodial positions, and so any opportunities that we have, we are not eliminating from the standpoint of individuals being without a job. It is where their needs and how can we utilize those current resources in those particular pockets and in those particular areas. But yes, this is not in any way causing anyone to be without a job. This is really looking at and making very intentional and informed decisions to say just because there was a need at one particular time in a particular area based on changes within our students, our enrollment, based on student data needs, we're now really looking at and guiding those conversations with those building principals around what is the best staffing model to support the needs that are currently in place at the school level.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the intentionality and, using the data to figure out exactly what our students need and then placing our experts where they're needed most so that we can address the needs of our students. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the flexibility that if there are changes coming up, because we know that as kids come in, they bring with them different needs that you can use, you can add to the workforce to address those needs in those students as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to I think it's important for our community to know that we are really looking very granularly at each individual school and at each particular classroom and down to the student level. And so I know that we are a pretty large organization, and we're really wanting to be really intentional about what are the actual individual student needs and what are the building needs and how can we appropriately utilize our current resources that we have in a really intentional way. And then where needed, come to the board and ask for those additional resources if those resources are needed. But it's really driven, and the purpose and the rationale behind the work in which we are sitting before you today with a proposal is really very driven around students. And really trying to work collaboratively. And so this is an ongoing process. We're going to continue to engage in these conversations. It doesn't stop so that we can really make sure, and I know we're sick of hearing that, but maximize our resources appropriately to really try to ensure that the right people are in the right seats doing the right works for kids.
I just will add a couple thoughts. I appreciate the clarity around some of the staffing changes, I'll say, and reallocation of resources. I just want to highlight Rudy a little bit and his team and what he has brought since he started with us, really building a strong foundation in technology for the district, and then finding, of course, with some growth too when it comes to new technology in the classrooms. And in the beginning, you need higher staff counts for technology to support teachers and students with that new technology, but that over time, they become pseudo experts in fixing things and modifying things, right? And so I appreciate seeing some real reallocation there. And I say that with kind of that clause, and I think Dr. Campbell just hit on this, that if there are other places, or even in these places, moments that arise where you're seeing a need for more, that I know you will be, but I just want to put in the room, be very clear with us about where those moments are for our students, where they need more support above and beyond what they're already being provided. I really appreciate your request. It's hard, I know it's hard to come forward to us with that request of some flexibility at this point in the year when we're trying to budget and staff appropriately for August, but am happy to provide that flexibility for you and your team in order to come up with more accuracy, I think, in your staffing model for next year. You had mentioned a little bit about the leadership pathways, and I want to highlight that when it comes to the assistant principal roles. You know, I personally have had, my kids had an assistant principal at their school who was moving between campuses, which has a lot of benefits in leadership development, but also has a lot of drawbacks in leadership development. And so I appreciate the allocation of full-time to one class, especially the K through 5, one school, and being able to not just provide service to the community, but also opportunity for them to develop under well-established principles. As we've talked about, there's a labor shortage upon us, and when we look at the retirements slated for the district, you know, what better way to prepare than to mold our own and invest in our staff and resources so that they're ready for that next level, hopefully in the near future. And I'll just, a final note around, I just want to also highlight the focus on student needs throughout this approach and process that you and your team have gone through. It has been very student-centered. And education's changing quite a bit, we know that, and student needs are changing quite a bit. We're still dealing with recovery in a lot of ways, but also the advancement of our students. So having students at the core of all decision-making is of utmost importance, and I appreciate that you and your team have that focus and that lens when you go into very complicated scenarios like this one. Thank you.
So I just wondered if you could, you know, when you talk about the assistant principals, you know, that's another administrator, and sometimes I think it's hard for people to wrap their head around how does a principal, and therefore an assistant principal, really help support instruction in the classroom. You know, we run, I think we're at about 380 out of 384 school districts for amount of administrators to students, so we run lean on that. So, you know, when you've given this proposal, could you just give us sort of a snapshot of how a principal and assistant principal support instruction in the classroom and meet student needs?
I'll start off, and then my colleagues, if you all want to join in. I think one of the things that we look at currently is our current model for the role of our assistant principals is that they are extremely engaged as our LREs in providing oversight specifically to within our special education department. When you have an assistant principal that is spread across 2 schools, what we found is that majority of their time is being present within the legal requirements of them being present at those meetings, at those IEP meetings. Due to that very narrow, that is one layer and one important aspect of leadership, is being present at those meetings and making sure that those plans in partnership with the family really clearly assesses what the students' goals are being set. But I think that what we've realized is that in talking with our school leaders, due to the fact that they are providing that oversight within those special education and that within the student services needs across 2 buildings, it limits then the amount of time for them to be present actually in classrooms. And so when I think about the role of the instructional leaders, for example, today we brought leaders together to really dig into our math review and some of the data. They then create plans from that, and they identify what are going to be some action items around professional learning. We're looking at around how are we really analyzing student data in a way in the moment from classrooms to really make the adjustment in our instruction. And what we saw even from today is that there's still a lot of opportunity for learning. And so when we are able to now expand and have an instructional, you know, not only instructional coach, we have a principal as well as an assistant principal, it creates a very strong triad of individuals that are now all accountable for the monitoring of instruction, for the supporting and the analysis of student data, but also more specifically for the actual practices that happen in the classroom, which is where the actual change lever is at the greatest for impacting student outcomes. So it's really allowing us to bring the assistant principal out of just utilizing majority of their day to do case management, to expand that for them to be a part of the leadership, the direction. Over this last year and this year, we've worked really intentionally about creating school improvement plans. To make sure that our school improvement plans are aligned to our instructional priorities and aligned to very specific areas. As we know that the power is not just in writing the plan, the power is in how we go about implementing the plan, monitoring the plan, and assessing if the plan is getting the outcomes. When we think about the breadth of the role of a leader, I think it just really elevates. And it's really saying as a district that our prioritization, yes, there's some administrative tasks, there's some paperwork, we still have to attend meetings, but we're really setting a precedence in our district of our leaders being instructional leaders and coming into the work from an instructional framework that really prioritizes and emphasizes their ability to work directly with classroom teachers that are working directly with students, in addition to those additional administrative roles and responsibilities that they carry.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Thank you. And just, I think, Athena touched on this, but, the math audit, I think, is still continuing, and as is the dual language. So just, I think if additional needs arise, it's good for the board, for us to discuss, because I think, there's a lot of needs that need to be addressed, and we want to address the there's an urgency.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, then we will move on to our second report, which is instructional materials selection and adoption for 2023-2024.
Great, thank you. So good evening, everyone. We are excited to come together, Katie and I, to share with you our annual presentation around the instructional materials that we've identified and are proposing to you this evening for adoption for next school year and hopefully approval at the next board meeting. Thank you, Tanya. So when we look at our strategic plan, right, and our student journey of excellence, we really want to make sure that, and we know that our high quality resources are directly aligned to supporting the values that our community has identified to make sure we are providing opportunities for students to be educated, engaged, and empowered to ultimately, right, be ready for college, career, and life. And so we know that when we're looking at our strategic priorities of our strategic plan, that we're really focused on student success when we are talking about instructional materials, and specifically when we think about the objectives. Our first objective, which talks about achieving academic excellence by ensuring all students master essential skills and content. And Dr. Campbell's talked a lot about this, but then when we go one layer deeper beyond objectives, right, we have identified 4 key high leverage strategies that we want to make sure that we are enacting that are going to support that student success. And so one of those strategies is to continuously monitor the effectiveness and make adjustments to resources, practices, and programming to provide a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And so tonight, our proposal is directly aligned to that strategy. We are coming together to present some instructional resources to you all to really impact that student success metric. I'm now going to pass it over to Katie to talk about our process.
So always a teacher at heart, I thought we'd start with just a few terms to define and ground us today, as I know the education jargon can sometimes be a bit overwhelming. So as Carrie mentioned, we're going to talk about the adoption that we're proposing of certain instructional materials, but starting with the fact that this makes up our curriculum as a district, and really highlighting that the word curriculum is a coherent set of high-quality instructional materials, but that also includes academic lessons and content that our teachers use to lead students towards mastery of standards. And when we talk about high-quality instructional materials, we're really focused on comprehensive materials, and that includes standards-aligned learning objectives, effective lesson structure, integrated professional learning materials, as well as those embedded assessments. And then finally, it's important that we are driving the work through our instructional priorities. So when we talk about instructional priorities, we're talking about the focus and clarity, the alignment, that we can make sure that we're all focused towards student achievement based on our data, based on student work, and based on observations of teachers' practice is how we come up with those instructional priorities. But what we really wanted to highlight here is that both those instructional priorities where we're going to focus our time and attention, as well as materials, really matter when we think about student outcomes and teacher development. We know, and research has proven, that instructional materials exercise their influence on learning directly, as well as by influencing teachers' instructional choices and behavior. This makes instructional materials all the more important. So we talk about instructional materials as sort of educative resources. They allow teachers to see how the standards manifest in the materials, and we really exercise practices based on research and best practices in those content areas. Last slide of definition. So Dr. Campbell highlighted Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And the materials that we're going to talk about today are really promoting Tier 1. So we wanted to talk through what that tier is as it relates to also the supports in Tier 2 and 3 that Carrie and I spend a lot of time with our schools on. Tier 1 is instruction provided for all students through high-quality district curriculum. And again, all of our students receive Tier 1 instruction. This is at grade level, standards-based. But it also includes in-classroom differentiated instructional strategies to meet our students' needs. We often call those scaffolds. In Tier 2, you've heard this, but in Tier 2 are those supplemental interventions. So you heard this as we talked about reading specialists and math interventionists. They really provide that Tier 2 support. And so that's an increased level of intensity for our students in addition to Tier 1. Students are not pulled out of Tier 1 for this, but it's a double dose sort of in addition to Tier 1 instruction, and that's provided for students in small groups. And students are identified based on a variety of factors, their student achievement data, their growth data, as well as observations and curriculum embedded assessment data. Tier 3 then is sort of the layer deeper, where again it is supplemental intervention, but it's increased intensity. And so on Dr. Campbell's slide, you saw that in Tier 2, for example, in reading intervention, best practice is that in Tier 2 students receive 90 minutes of additional support in reading a week, whereas in Tier 3, that's 180 minutes that students would receive of increased intensity, and it would also be increased in intensity with a smaller size of students. And so when we talk about our coherent curriculum, we're talking about all of that Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 instructional materials that support students and our teachers. But today we are going to highlight some of those materials specifically within Tier 1. And just very briefly, this is just a review of some of our past adoptions. And so we're just highlighting these within Spanish literacy development, English language arts, social studies, math, science, and world language, because these are the particular areas tonight that we're going to highlight what we're recommending as we move forward. And then this, you saw this slide, it was a while ago, last year, in February, actually, we came together as a teaching and learning team, and we showcased the steps that we took as a teaching and learning team to identify opportunities to elevate instruction and promote student outcomes. And so at first, that really meant analyzing our student data as well as teacher data through focus groups and survey data, examination of research-based practice and how that actually aligns to what's enacted in the classroom through execution, and engagement of our stakeholders at all levels, principals, APs, instructional coaches, and so forth. So Carrie and I today are going to highlight how this process was enacted and led to the materials that we're requesting for approval over the next 30 days. So I'm going to highlight the opportunities within literacy, social studies, and world language, and then Carrie is going to highlight the opportunities that we're recommending for math and science. And so for that first step that we've taken, this is just a quick snapshot. I'm sorry, Jim, I know the graphs, but we're not spending time on the graph. I know, I already knew. we've seen these graphs in different ways in our data presentations. And so I didn't want to take time. It's not a data presentation tonight, but it is how we have rolled up the data that we've collected to make the recommendations. So you'll see in the top left-hand corner the IAR historic data that we've looked at from students. In the bottom left-hand corner, our SAT data. You'll see in the middle, sort of right, we've some survey data that we've collected around our language needs across the district. You've also see an AP pass rate. And then additionally, over to the right, you've seen some of these statistics come out last year that I shared for K-5 ELA instruction. But during that inventory last year, when we surveyed K-5 social studies teachers, we also captured some data that I thought two pieces. So this is the only new information on this slide. So if you can see something, just look on the right-hand side. 86% of teachers report using read-alouds in social studies as the primary mode for student interaction with text. And I'll highlight in a little bit why there's a shift needed there. And then 27% of teachers report using paired text or text sets on a weekly basis. And again, in our recommendation for the materials that we would like to move forward with, you'll also see why that's an important statistic for us to highlight. And then I promise this is also not, as much as I would love for it to be, a research-based presentation, but I did want to briefly highlight the research that we use as we examine our practices in the classroom, both of the intended, what we intend to teach, but then actually how it's enacted. So you can see my favorite, Hollis Scarborough's reading rope that talks about language comprehension and word recognition and all the threads that contribute to a student becoming a skilled reader. In the middle are just some snapshots of what social studies instruction really needs to drive to promote historical thinking skills with a focus on inquiry and informed action. So it's a quick graphic. And then over on the right-hand side, that's a graphic from the American Council on Teaching of Foreign Languages. Again, ACT to full is a short way to say it, but the proficiency levels when we think about language acquisition. So these are the models that we use to really examine any resources because we know that materials matter when we put them in front of our teachers and students. So I'm going to hand it off to Carrie.
So we followed a similar process in math and science, and we utilized some preliminary data from our math instructional review. We came together as building leaders today, this morning actually, to kind of dig into that data. But previously, when we got some initial feedback, right, there was really an opportunity, specifically in our high school course sequence, to deepen students' conceptual understanding to meet the demands of the course level standards. And so we wanted to make sure that we were kind of addressing that with a sense of urgency. And then we also, again, looking at AP pass rates in our science courses and seeing are our materials meeting the demands of the AP exams. College Board is frequently shifting and aligning their exams as well. So when those shifts happen, we want to make sure our materials match what they are asking students to do. Again, not going to dig into the research too much, but just some of the research that we utilized really focused right on that materials matter, as Katie highlighted, and we want to make sure that when we're talking about our materials in our math classrooms, that we are providing teachers with materials that focus on the major content of where the standards emphasize, coherently connect the concepts across and within the course grades, and then also provide opportunities for the rigor to pursue that conceptual understanding, procedural skills and fluency, and applications in math classrooms that we know the standards demand. Similarly, we also know that students accessing AP coursework supports both student graduation and college enrollment, no matter what their score is. So we've talked a lot about some of the work that York has done to increase access to AP exams, but then we do see, right, again, that bottom chart is small, but that as students' scores increase, their enrollment in college increases, and so we want to make sure that we are providing high-quality materials to prepare students for that AP exam and success on that.
So just returning back to our literacy and language materials adoption and pilot, we just wanted to briefly highlight those materials for you And this is, of course, coming after those steps of analyzing teacher and student data, and then looking at both our materials and our instruction through a research-based lens. And so what you'll see on the left-hand side is Wit and Wisdom and Estrellita. So Wit and Wisdom, we are proposing for approval a pilot in grade 5 English language arts classrooms. Wit and Wisdom are the materials. Great, what did I say?
You said 5.
Grade 6.
Yes.
But now that everyone's listening, so for grade 6, I apologize. We are proposing, Wit and Wisdom. And you heard us talk a lot about Wit and Wisdom last year. These are the materials that we do use to support and promote language comprehension in our K-5 classrooms currently. And the research-based resources provide a comprehensive curriculum that fully address Illinois reading, writing, speaking, and listening, vocabulary, and language standards. And there's a framework of inquiry embedded in the resources. They promote knowledge building through complex text sets that are interdisciplinary and that promote discussion, writing, and mastery of literacy skills. This pilot in grade 6 is really going to provide an opportunity to build upon our students' experiences with Wit and Wisdom in grade 5 and really coherently promote that progression and vertical alignment of skills. Below that, you'll see Estrellita, and that is a K-3 Spanish literacy development with a focus on foundational skills. It's a suite of resources that provide research-based materials essential to support native language instruction by providing early education bilingual teachers with methodology and concrete strategies for teaching beginning Spanish reading to young children. And then in the middle, you'll see 2 resources. One is Human Geography, and the one below that is Inquire Ed. And so those are 2 of our social studies resources that we'd like to talk about tonight. And so for AP Human Geo, this is for an adoption. And this proposed text that you see is better aligned with the themes and demands of the advanced placement course. And Carrie highlighted some of those statistics that we utilized to identify this resource. And also the level of rigor required in the course is addressed by this text. And it will replace the cultural landscape text that is currently being used. Below that, you'll see Inquire Ed, which is a social studies resource for our students and teachers in K-5. And in 2022, Illinois adopted revised Illinois social studies standards. And so the Inquire Ed completely aligns with those revisions that were made in 2022, as well as the 6 competencies that is be adopted to promote the execution of those revised standards. And particularly those competencies address the importance of inquiry and informed action. And so these materials here embed both that inquiry and informed action, as well as aligning to the Common Core shifts that also in our K-5 classrooms are addressed within Wit and Wisdom. So there is an alignment with that focus on building knowledge with content-rich nonfiction texts and really supporting students with opportunities to move through a sustained investigation of content with a compelling question. And then, as I've mentioned, it will culminate with students taking informed action. You'll see there's 2 texts that are listed in the next kind of column. So you'll see The Alchemist and you'll see American Street. So for The Alchemist, this proposed text will be paired with a text that's already being used to really promote a more robust common text set for popular literature. And then you'll see American Street, which is also a text that will increase the rigor of our freshman year English course, English 9 and 9H, and will really help promote the build out of a grade level text set that is appropriate for beginning of freshman year. And again, it will help provide and promote a more robust text set for our students in English 9 and 9H. And then finally, you'll see Go Far, which is the final adoption that I'll talk about today in Chinese, for our Chinese. I'm gonna find that. And this will replace a textbook that in terms of just not meeting the demands of the standards. And so this proposed text that you see on the slide aligns with language acquisition best practices, including embedding grammar and providing relevant cultural learning alongside the language learning in a more effective way than our current textbook.
Great. We are also proposing a text for our AP Environmental science course. So logistically, the publisher is no longer publishing our current text, so we don't have access to it anymore. But as we went through the review process, we really made sure that, again, the text that's being proposed meets the demands of the AP exam and course sequence that College Boards provides. You'll also see a couple different resources listed for algebra, and so we are proposing an algebra adoption for all students in algebra, so that's grades 7 through 9, depending on when a student takes that. And really, these resources, right, provide a comprehensive curriculum that fully addresses Algebra 1 Common Core standards and allows students to spend the majority of their learning time on the major work of the grade level, attend to the full intent of that modeling process that's so important in mathematics, and then meet the expectations of rigor and practice content connections. And so right now, our algebra teams are coming together to really identify which one of these resources they're planning on using. So prior to adoption, we have all of them displayed, but prior to adoption, either Carnegie or Illustrative Math, we would be letting you know which the team selected to move forward with. Our timeline and next steps, so we are here this evening talking to all of you about the instructional materials that we're proposing for adoption. Starting tomorrow, they will be displayed for the public, so some of the materials are online access, and so on our website we'll have access to how people can log into platforms to look and review the resources, to provide feedback through the Google form that will also be on that same website. We also do have some hard copies of resources just based on publisher preference, and so those will be at district office, and people are welcome to come and review those materials here as well. And so those will be on display, and then we will come back together on April 25th to provide an update to all of you, and then hopefully the recommendation for approval.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to really say thank you for, just, it seems simple to just see the resources presented, but there had to be a review, there had to be analysis. You had to look at where our data was to understand where our gaps were, and then look at the materials and, work with the teachers, decide which is, going to work the best for our, community. And I just really want to say thank you, because for me personally, this has been something that I've been really passionate about, wanting us to really be in a constant cycle of review and evaluation. And so, you're only a year and a half in, or whatever, 20 months, and, we've already done one with the K through 5, and so I just really appreciate this, because I know this addresses concerns that parents also had brought forward. But, okay. Anybody else? Sorry. Had to. Yep.
What she said. So where, I don't need to repeat, where will the ELA grade 6 be piloted?
Sure, so
like a tennis match.
I was going to say, rarely do we both, but I'll take this one, and Katie can add, of course. And so our 6th grade teachers, 6th grade programming is different than elementary, right? So they are content-specific teachers, but we also have different programming options for students. So for instance, some of our students are in bilingual classrooms. Some of our students are in reach classrooms, which actually replaces the core content area, which is different than our elementary school model. And so we want to make sure that as we look at this, that we think about how our programming is it serving the needs of our students, and does that resource support the student needs for those different student groups that we have? And so all 6th grade teachers, no matter what you teach, if you're a 6th grade ELA teacher, you will be visiting 5th grade classrooms to see the curriculum in action. And so we would like at least one teacher from every school, and depending on the number of teachers, there might be one teacher who teaches 6th grade ELA, but one teacher from every school to kind of pilot it. However, all teachers in 6th grade will be along for the professional learning. So right when Katie has done a kind of highlighted the literacy learning that's taken place in K-5, that learning will happen for all teachers. So, if there's shifts we need to make, even if we are teaching, in 6th grade Reach ELA, and maybe the resource doesn't best align with you, you will have access to that learning to make sure students are having a cohesive and robust experience. But teachers will be opting into the pilot after we have that 5th grade experience digest. They get to dig into the curriculum a little bit to see what it's like, and then they will be opting in. But we have a request for at least one teacher from every building so we can make sure that it's meeting the needs of the different buildings and their needs.
I like the fact that they're all going to get the professional development for when hopefully it's implemented the following year. So that's great to hear. So the Estrelita, is it fair to say that kind of brings wit and wisdom to Conrad Fisher, and the programming for the dual language program is now going to get those extra resources through these materials?
Can you go back to Scarborough's reading rope for that visual? So Estrelita, yeah, I just want to say the reading
She
rope.
just wants Jim to look at a chart
Yeah, just the
again.
really small
Really
graphic.
what she wants to happen.
So for our students at Fisher, we also adopted Foundations across our district to promote word recognition. And so Foundations is in all of our K-3 classrooms, all 8 elementary schools. Estrelita also falls within the word recognition strands. Wit and Wisdom is the language comprehension strand. And so Estrelita will really support the acquisition of phonics in Spanish. And when we think about in our dual language classrooms, we actually want to align our phonics instruction first in Spanish. There are less sounds to learn. As we know, English is very tricky. And so we lead with our Spanish, the sounds in the order that are taught in Spanish, and then we bridge to Foundations. And as we've learned this year, as we've attempted to do that, there is a need in terms of the resources that are currently being used at Fisher around word recognition. It isn't as coherent as aligned as we should be providing for our teachers there and for our students. So it will really promote a more robust and coherent and aligned experience for our students in K-3 and word recognition. In language comprehension, we're continuing the work around writing our units of study with our mono and dual units or dual teachers. I will say one experience that we are reflecting on in 5th grade this year, because at Fisher in 5th grade, they use Wit and Wisdom because dual is not in 5th grade quite yet. And the teachers have really reflected on how powerful the experience has been to come with our mono teachers and our teachers that will serve in dual to the Wit and Wisdom professional learning, and to write the dual units of study alongside the Wit and Wisdom 5th grade units of study. And so as Carrie and I have reflected on how we could promote rolling dual into 6th grade and what that would look like, really thinking about when we're writing our dual language units of study in 6th grade, how powerful it could be to write alongside our district curriculum as opposed to in a silo or separate. And so, yay. So we've reflected on that experience this year as well. We are still undergoing our needs assessment and feasibility study for our dual language programming, so I'm not quite at the point yet to make recommendations for curricular shifts for K-4 at this moment, but more to come once that program review is complete. We had our last focus group today for our parents.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for the intentional decision-making on when to implement this curriculum and how to implement it along the way. So I appreciate that. And I just have one more. Of course, I wrote it. No, I can't see it. The adoption of the new math material. Do you think that I know we're undergoing our math curriculum review right now. Do you think that, look, you guys knew what I was going to ask. You're like, I got it. Do you think that will impact the selection of the materials that we're asking for reviewing right now based on the results of that review?
Yeah, so when we started to get preliminary recommendations from NTC, they really highlighted how are you supporting teachers, right, and not having to create all their curriculum resources, which is a default in high school settings across all high schools, but how are you making sure that they are provided with standards aligned so that they can really think about how do we get students to best meet it. So they really supported that recommendation, and then, I mean, everything from we have now engaged teachers to let them know that we'll be adopting this resource. And so we are actually using some of the resources that NTC has suggested as the resources that we're presenting. So we know that they're all high quality and they meet what we want to make sure our students are experiencing, but then also they have shared kind of some past successes as well with other districts that they've worked with to really highlight that these have been adopted in a high school and been really successful.
I'll go.
Jim?
I have a few random questions, but first of all, I just wanted to congratulate Katie and Carrie, our two newest graduates of the Gren School of Visual Presentation.
I warned them.
Oh, clearly we need better listeners. So, first of all, I will never pass an opportunity to repeat this, but your graph about what I can read of it, of your AP, kids that take AP classes and their success in college is convincing. I just want to encourage this district to encourage every college-bound kid at York to take at least one AP class. And if our pass rate goes down, I don't think we should care. But kids that are going to college will be taking a lot of the equivalent of AP classes their freshman year. They should at least get a taste for what college-level rigor is all about. My second kind of random question is, you've got two textbooks here that we're changing that are AP texts. Does the College Board dictate what text we use, or we have our choice of many? I'm confused.
They don't. They have to approve our syllabi, so they approve the syllabi, but we actually get to choose the resource. And so publishers utilize kind of the large-scale scope and sequence the College Board outlines and aligns their resources to it. So if you see, and in the memo, I promise it's clear, not the little pictures of the textbooks, but they're actually both called Environmental Science for an AP course, Human Geography for an AP course. So College Board gives the autonomy to adopt resources or not into what resource you want to adopt.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sounds like the textbook companies do their homework and then we pick among them. Got it. All right, that's good to know. And then kind of my last question is, how much of this material is not available online?
Do you mean for public review?
I'm sorry, yes, for public review, because I'm about to do my public review encouragement.
Yes, so if we are looking at the texts for math and science, environmental science, and the illustrative math, those middle two options are both have online access. Carnegie Learning is here at the district. And then our literacy and language, we have Go Far Chinese is at the district. We weren't able to solidify online access for that. The two texts, obviously, they could get from a library if they were interested, but we do have paper copies for them here. And then I believe everything else has online access. So we have American Street, The Alchemist, Go Far, and then Carnegie Math would be the ones that they would need to come to district office if they were interested in digging into.
I think they're all linked, right? Didn't you give the links to all the codes and everything in the board packet I thought I saw?
Yes, so usually it has a web address and usually like a teacher name or a teacher login and password that, again, the publisher has just given us for people to explore the resource.
Okay, yeah, I just want to encourage people to come to the district and take a look, go online, take a look. Traditionally, we don't get a whole lot of traffic from people want to take a look at what we adopt, and then anybody with any comment waits until their student brings it home. So please do your homework now.
Can you just talk a little bit about, to build on what Jim is saying, a little bit about where on our website, if there's a feedback form and kind of what that process is, what happens with the feedback and how that works into the process.
Our communications department will have a button on our home screen that will take you to the materials review, very similar to the process that we used last year. And so the page will look very similar to this memo, in fact, mostly identical to the memo. And then it will also include in the last slide, Tana, if you want to go to that, in addition to the access and really describing both the titles and the resources themselves, folks will be able to click on a review form. So when they go to our homepage, they'll click on the button that says Instructional Materials Review. They'll be brought to a page that looks very similar to the memo with the links, if accessible online, to the materials and also to this review form where they can provide feedback that we will share after 30 days and bring to you all as we roll up the trends that emerge from that feedback. And when folks come into the main office, there will be a little table in the hallway where they can review the physical materials, and we'll also have a computer set up where they could provide that feedback on that form as well.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
I just want to say again, thank you to the team. I can't echo enough. In addition to being in schools, in addition to doing principal evaluations, in addition to hosting and facilitating the professional learning opportunities, which have been significantly increased and numerous this year. In addition to looking for high-quality staff members, they have engaged in a very thorough process to make sure that we're bringing forward materials that really elevate the rigor and the demand across our English as well as our math, which we have heard and received feedback from our community regarding. And so I just want to publicly say that. In addition to Mr. Collins' remarks, last year we really made sure that there was an easy, streamlined process, not only to review the materials, but actually to provide the administration with feedback. And so those feedback, we will come and we will share a report on how many feedback forms we received, the trends in that, just like we did last year under this administration, so that everyone is clear on and having the opportunity, not just in just as a saying that we did provide and make the materials available, but how we've actually elicited the feedback from that in making decisions moving forward with adoptions. So I just wanted to make sure I echo that.
Thank you.
I have one more thing, Keisha, sorry. And of course, appreciate your words in support of all the work that's going on. I just wanted to summarize for a minute, because I think I'm going to ask a kind of forward-thinking question that hopefully we can answer, or maybe if not tonight, then in the future. But, you know, when we talk about our student experience and the curriculum, and we reference often, or at least I do, the changes that are happening, I just wanted to summarize a little bit here, because it's a lot, and your team's doing a great job and very thoughtful and thorough, not just analysis, but implementation. So from like infancy to we're not at the end yet, but we're already seeing the positive outcomes of a lot of that decision-making. So things like the ELA K-5 review that we went through in Wisdom and Foundations, we're already seeing the positive impact on student learning in our district, which is great, and looking forward to that. There's also this math audit that we reference often. That's a K-12 huge undertaking, and like Courtney said, you know, we would potentially anticipate some things pop up through this process of just having the right resources and curriculum in place, right? That we might see some recommendations there above what's here. And then, of course, the dual language audit also, in making sure that we have this sense of thoughtfulness, but also urgency around making sure that that unique school and their unique needs are met. And this is one process, right, that complements this. I did notice a little bit of, for lack of a better term, I don't think it's a gap, because I think the work's going on. I see 2 requests here for our English in the high school level, but can we talk a little bit about, and I appreciate these 2 textbook additions, especially when they're talking about increasing the rigor. We hear a lot about the textbooks in the high school level for English, and I was wondering, is there a kind of forward, like future, where is that in this review process? Is it, or is it something that we're doing later on?
Sure. So our division chairs, right, are going through the curriculum review process, so really digging into curriculum across all the courses that they supervise. And so while some
course teams might need, right, some additional resources. And so that's really the work they prioritized with that individual PLC. Others might be working, right, on assessment alignment or making sure they might have a high quality resources. How are we making sure we're supporting students with meeting the demands of them? And so we have a very extensive spreadsheet that kind of has every PLC and where they are in their journey in that curriculum review process to make sure that we're supporting them in the unique needs that some teams are, right? And so we have many course teams that are course teams of one. And so if there's a turnover in that person as well, right, thinking about how are we onboarding them, what resources are we providing so that they can be successful in the hundreds of courses that are offered at York.
Yeah, and so the selection or recommendation for materials comes in from, what I'm understanding then specifically for the high school, because it's different than K through 5 and even 6 through 8, to be honest, comes in from the division chairs, and they're currently, are you referencing only English right now, or English, social studies? All of them are currently going through
Yes.
this curricular review and resource review, and then identifying where they need to strengthen or add, or maybe switch some things up. And then is that the process then that comes to the district admin team? Like they make recommendations to you all?
Yes, so kind of the chain of command, I would say, is division chairs work directly with PLCs, right? And then they, alongside the assistant principal of instruction, and he keeps me into the loop, right? So we're kind of collaborating to identify needs, and as, you know, if there's gaps that we see, and as they're thinking through what their next steps are, we're in consultation with them to be able to say, no, this is, you know, it looks like that PopLit really needs this additional text to be able to build this out. And so just thinking about that, but it starts with division chair, I would say, is the person closest to the work.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we are ready for the consent agenda. Some routine things, policies that went through the policy committee that were just part of our review cycle. Does anybody have anything they would like to pull? Okay, hearing none, could I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, first read Section 2 Board of Education policy review, 220, 40, 60, 80, 100, 105, 140, 160, 170, 200, 265. D, first read Section 3 General School Administration policy review, 350. E, first read Section 4 Operational Services policy review, 430, 40, 45, 100, 130. F, first read Section 5 Personnel policy review, 5, 20, 35, 60, 120, 130, 170, 200, 230, 290, 300, 310. G, first read Section 6 Instruction policy review, 6, 135, 210, 240, 280. H, Section 7 Student policy review, 720, 130, 170, 330. I, first read Section 8 Community Relations policy review, 820, 25, 30, 80. J, Jackson PTA fundraising plan. K, bid 2309 Bryan Middle School asbestos abatement. L, bid 2310 Churchville and Sandburg Middle School asbestos abatement.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll go on to agenda action items. Okay, we are on to item 9, agenda action items. Item A is the SACID Board of Control resolution approving proposed amendments to the SACID Articles of Joint Agreement. I'm guessing.
It's me.
Oh, Dr. Campbell, I was wrong.
Bingo. So for more than 20 years, Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 has been a member of the School Association for Special Education in DuPage County, otherwise known as SACID. And SACID, for our community members that don't know, provides highly specialized special education services to our district. They are governed by a board of control, which includes representatives from all of its 18 districts that are a part. The Board of Control operates very similarly to the local school district Board of Education, and they meet monthly to ensure appropriate services for its members and its districts. In addition to its board policy, SACID has articles of agreement which articulates important aspects of the organization, including membership, voting, assets, liabilities, as well as meeting structures. SACID member districts currently either send and can have a superintendent or a member of the Board of Education to attend those monthly meetings. And so over this last year, I really appreciate that the Board of Education here has been in attendance, and specifically, Ms. Beth Hostler has served as our Board of Control representative for District 205. They now have come together and have seen that even though that has been productive in the past, they feel that there can be more continuity among the Board of Control with new board representatives beginning a term almost every year. If therefore, to ensure that continuity and to assist with the cooperative with achieving its long-term goals, that they have adopted articles of agreement to change the structure. First, the name will change from the Board of Controls to the Board of Directors. The second change is that the Board of Directors will be made up of only member district superintendents. So no longer can a board member serve in this capacity. Meetings take place once per month in person, and agreeing to this or not taking any action on this resolution would affirm that the board's position that this change should be made. So the recommendation to our Board of Education tonight should to approve the proposed amendments to the joint agreement bylaws for SACID attached as Exhibit A.
Okay, could I have a motion, please?
Don't say it with such excitement, Ms. Hostler.
I didn't do, yes. I move that the Board of Education adopt the SACID Board of Control resolution approving proposed amendments to the SACID Articles of Joint Agreement.
I'll second.
Hey, any comments or questions? Okay, all right, then motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites, sorry. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Item B, resolution authorizing partial settlement of the Jewel litigation.
So back in 2021, we were invited through our law firm to participate in litigation against Jewel Labs. This is Juul, not like the grocery store. That has been something that we've just been wanting to clarify against Juul Labs and other parties responsible for the production, marketing, sale, and distribution of e-cigarettes and vaping devices. So over 1,400 public school districts across the country participated in the litigation, and there ended up being a partial settlement agreement for several million dollars amongst all those school districts. And so our portion of the settlement agreement, which Franzik, our law firm, is recommending that we participate in, is based on our total student population. And so our portion of that settlement amount is $134,733. And so we would get the first amount of that, about half of it, later on in 2023, and then the remaining amounts of it in installments in 2024, 2025, and 2026. So there are still some claims that are that they are working on against partial owner of Jewel Labs, which is a company called Altria. They've tried to sell their portions of Jewel and have not been successful. And so we're not sure whether there could be more money that could be coming our way eventually in the future. But this is the recommendation from Franzik and from the administrative team is to be a part of this settlement agreement, and so that we can get this initial part of the settlement and take part in that.
All right, could I have a motion, and then if there's any questions?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing partial settlement of Jewel litigation.
Second?
There was really no cost to us, right, to enter into this?
No. So Franzik, they actually sent us a survey from Jewel Labs. And so our teams completed that survey, and the survey asked us a lot of questions about our drug and alcohol prevention activities in the school district. So we answered that. It was like 20 questions long. And then, and so that is actually what this money is going to go towards, is drug and alcohol prevention in the future.
Excellent. That was going to be my next question.
Right, exactly.
All right, any other questions? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Armenitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. The motion passes. Okay. Item C, approval of amendment to the superintendent contract. This is me. As is customary in education during the second to last year of a superintendent contract, the Board of Education reviews the performance of a superintendent and either extends the contract or is silent, signaling the relationship will be ending. After reviewing the performance of Dr. Keisha Campbell, the Board of Education would like to extend her contract for 2 additional years, giving her time to continue to improve student outcomes and increase district effectiveness through the established strategic plan. Ongoing feedback from our District 205 community has emphasized a need and a desire for stability in leadership. We are sensitive to the reality that there is an upcoming board election and have intentionally opted to extend for just 2 years, allowing new board members to have time to understand the work and the challenges of the Board of Education. We are incredibly proud of the work Dr. Campbell has accomplished in her tenure thus far in District 205. She has quickly established relationships throughout the District 205 community, effectively communicating and connecting with students, teachers, parents, community partners, and community members. The establishment of our strategic plan, which began with high-level discussions and analysis, have now become systems and metrics for monitoring growth and improvement and are unifying the work throughout the entire organization. Our decisions as a district are now firmly based on data, research, reviews, detailed projections, and updated policies. Dr. Campbell has understood the urgency of addressing our students' academic needs. After analyzing our data, she and her team immediately began systematically targeting our gaps. K-5 English Language Arts curriculum additions were put in place, along with expanded professional development for staff, including data analysis by each grade level and building. They have completed curriculum reviews, learning opportunities for parents, assessment analyses, and reestablish roles and responsibilities within the organization to ensure ownership over student growth. This intentional work with the administrative team and our staff has contributed to an 11% increase in our 2022 IAR ELA scores. Multiple grade levels have exceeded projected growth on our NWEA MAP tests. SAT, IAR, 9th grade on track, AP, and ACP progress is in line with our comparable districts and in some cases above. I have there's a link in this that has that data available. A few short years ago, only 2 schools in the district were considered exemplary by the state of Illinois. In District 205, were considered exemplary by the state of Illinois. Last year, 6 of our schools were identified as exemplary and 6 were commendable. The median percentile for District 205 students in grades K through 8 on the nationally normed NWEA MAP tests on both ELA and math is now between the 62nd and 82nd percentile, which means an average score in District 205 is at least 10% above the national average. Our District 205 combined IAR and SAT scores place us in the top 10% of districts in Illinois. According to Niche, District 205 is ranked 156 of 10,751 school districts across the nation, putting us in the top 1% of school districts in the nation and in the top 4% of school districts in Illinois. Additionally, according to U.S. News and World Report, York High School is ranked 694 out of over 18,000 public high schools, placing it in the top 3% of high schools nationally. As a York alum, she is aware of the amazing opportunities available to students in District 205 and continues to dedicate herself to the work of growth and improvement for the betterment of our students and the community we serve. Our school community in District 205 is recognized as an exceptional place to learn and grow, and we continue to welcome high-performing leaders to join the team. In recognition of her work and our commitment to her leadership, Dr. Campbell will be receiving a 3.9% salary increase and a market adjustment of $10,000, bringing her salary for the 2023-2024 school year to $250,000, in line with our comparable unit district leaders. There is additionally an opportunity for a performance bonus based on growth metrics as determined by the Board of Education. Dr. Campbell is quickly moving us forward while lifting us up to reach the high levels of excellence our community desires as established through the strategic plan. We look forward to the future growth and positive impact Dr. Campbell will continue to have on each child's personal and academic experience here in District 205 for years to come. And with that, I would ask if there is a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the amendment to the superintendent contract.
I second. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Whoa, Beth, you can second.
All right. Comments?
Just thank you for the hard work, and I think we're off to a good start. Look forward to more progress in the future. Congrats. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the thoughtful plan that we've worked on together with feedback from all of our stakeholders, and I feel like the plan gives us direction and shared goals, and I'm excited for our district to be moving forward with that plan in place, and you've been a great leader in guiding our other district leaders in doing that work, and we saw a lot of that work here tonight, so thank you.
Keisha, I think your leadership in our district in the short time that I've been on the board has been quite profound, and you should be really proud of what you've done in such a short period of time for our community and our students, our administration, our staff, everyone that's a part of D205 and touches it every day. I think the most compliment I hear from the community is, I like that Dr. Campbell. And I'm like, yeah, I do too. You know, and just so that people, the fact that people know who you are, they know what you're about, they understand your values, they see their children's future in good hands is quite an accomplishment. Congratulations.
And our students know who you are too, which is really fantastic.
All right. Okay, anything else? All right, then please call the vote.
Who seconded the motion?
Oh.
I think you beat me, so we'll say Beth.
Beth, okay, thank you. Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hessler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I just have to echo that this work is not done in isolation of a phenomenal team. And the exponential and the work that has been accomplished in a short amount of time is contributed to the leaders that are in this room, but also contribute to the leaders and the staff in all 13 of our buildings. And so I have to take the time to just say thank you. Thank you for coming alongside and welcoming to the team. I know that I can be extremely energizing at moments. And I know that I also have very, very high expectations. And I also ask people to go over and beyond the call of duty and what is outlined in roles and responsibilities. Because at the end of the day, we're here for kids. And we're here to make a significant impact in meeting the needs of all kids. I lastly want to say thank you to this board. Thank you for delegating that authority. Thank you for holding me to high expectations. And thank you for the accountability that you require of me and my team to continue to report and to share, to be clear on how we are not only putting a plan in place, but how that plan is being monitored regularly as well as adjusted. It is an absolute pleasure. And as I said on the night when you all took immediate action, it is truly a dream come true for me to serve in the district that has given so much to me personally as a graduate. Thank you.
All right. So now, moving on, bus contracts, bus transportation, I know. First student contract, yeah, Chris, put a little energy behind that there.
Make it exciting, Chris.
All right, we talked about this at the January board meeting. The first student contract is a 12% increase. The increase is due to is for attracting and retaining drivers. So the main real driver is that. They're also facing inflation, gas prices, and fixed costs like rent, utilities, and maintenance. But in January, we talked about going back to first student and putting in some performance penalties if or I guess it's penalties for non-performance. So we added language for penalties for late AM drop-off, late PM arrival, failure to operate a route, and camera system being non-functional. So those were added to this contract. But First Student has been a good partner with us, and they're responsive, and we've been problem solving and doing everything we can to get the kids to school on time.
Okay, could I have a motion and then if there's any questions?
I move that the Board of Education approve the extension of the contract for regular transportation services with First Student Incorporated with a 12% increase in route and field trip rates for the 2023-24 school year.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any comments or questions?
I'll just say, Chris, thanks, because we asked you to go back to them and find ways to hold them more accountable. And I think this kind of fee structure for failing, late arrivals, late departures, failure to notify if they can't appear, these are significant amounts of fines. And so I appreciate the effort you did working with them to get this contract in place.
Thanks. And just, we talk about the 12% increase, but that is about $432,000 additional cost for next year.
For one of two contracts.
Yes,
The
and
second one is
first one.
still coming.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, Chris, next bus contract.
Cottage Hill has been our special education bus contractor for many years. They've been a good partner with us. They're very responsive. They've been very good at getting the special education students to school on time. And it, again, is a 12% increase, which is primarily to attract and retain bus drivers during this national bus driver shortage.
Okay, a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the extension of the contract for special education transportation services with Cottage Hill with a 12% increase in route and proposed changes for charters and special movement for the 2023-24 school year.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Hassler. This increase is about $202,000, so between the two, we're at about $600,000 additional cost for next year. So, all right, any other comments? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Okay, next item on the agenda is resolution authorizing reduction in force of teachers and support staff.
So these next couple of agenda items are typical agenda items that the board takes action on every March. And this first one is accomplishing exactly what you were talking about earlier, which is the reallocation of certain staff members. So these staff members will be given the opportunity to apply for other positions within the district. So these are the reading specialists that we're reducing, the special education instructional coaches, the technology specialists, and then the virtual teachers. That's the first.
All right, could I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing reduction in force of teachers and support staff as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mr. Kaczynski. If you could please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Item G, resolution authorizing non-renewal of support staff.
So towards the end of the year, every year, we are working toward our goal of retaining high-quality, purpose-driven educators. There are certain support staff team members this year who are not going to be given a contract for next year. And so item G on the agenda accomplishes that goal.
Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing non-renewal of support staff as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item H, resolution authorizing notice of dismissal to non-tenured teachers other than final year probationary teachers.
Last agenda item was for support staff. This agenda item is for licensed teachers. And so I would just put that before the board.
Can I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution authorizing notice of dismissal to non-tenured teachers other than final year probationary teachers as presented.
A second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mr. Kaczynski. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item I, resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of teachers.
We employ about 20 individuals in a part-time capacity across the district, and each year, by law, we're required to reduce them and then only hire them back if we actually require those positions. So item I accomplishes that goal.
Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the approval of resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of teachers as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Kaczynski, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item J, facilities use fee for 2023-2024.
The board reviews the facility rental usage agreement each year. Our objective is to break even on our facility usage. This was discussed at the March 7th Finance and Operations Committee meeting. This is a 4% increase along with a minor change from $20 an hour for each area of the York Fieldhouse to $60 per hour for the 3 basketball courts and $20 per hour for the track and batting cage. And there were some other changes related to minor changes with language due to changing the facility rental software company that we use for the reservations. And so that's it.
Okay, could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the facility rental usage fees for the 23-24 school year as outlined in the facility rental usage agreement.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any comments, questions? This was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting. Okay, hearing none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Item K, student fees for 2023-2024.
So we have the student fees for next year. For EC8 student fees, there are no changes. We're keeping all of the fees flat for early childhood through the 8th grade. Additionally, the school breakfast and lunch and milk fees are also staying flat for next year. No changes at all from the food service department. So elementary, middle school, York meals, milk are all staying the same for 23-24. As far as the York fees, there were a few minor changes, $20 to $25 for student activities, $4 to $5 to cover the transcripts processing, and $29 to $30 for the cap and gown. The biggest change is for the Chromebook fee. The Chromebook is something that the students keep 24/7 forever. They get to keep the Chromebook. It goes from $407 to $433. So that is a $26 increase on the Chromebook. The technology department did a lot of work in researching and making sure that this is a reliable device that will last for their entire career at York.
Okay, could I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2023-2024 EC8 and high school student fees as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any comments or questions? Again, these were discussed at the Finance Committee meeting. All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, item L, intergovernmental cooperative agreement for mutual assistance in response to crises in public schools of DuPage County, Illinois. Oh.
Good
Okay.
evening. The agreement
Unexpected.
presented to you tonight is basically an agreement that DuPage County School Security Task Force has been working on for about a year now with the DuPage County Regional Office of Education Superintendent and DuPage County State's Attorney. Basically what this agreement is all the school districts and municipalities in DuPage County will offer aid to one another if requested by an entity for a natural disaster or violence crisis. Now with this, it's completely voluntary, cannot act as first responders. The entity's insurance will cover the employees if they put them out there and provide assistance for them for equipment or for staff or facilities or what have you. This will be monitored by an advisory council, which will be the regional superintendent, along with various other superintendents and individuals from some of the school districts. It's $250 initial cost for the first year, up to $400, but the regional superintendent is looking for grants to offset those costs in future years on this. It's just a way to help out other districts if they need it for that disaster that we hope never happens.
Okay. I'll ask for a motion, and then if there's any questions, you can do that.
I move that the Board of Education approve the intergovernmental cooperation agreement for mutual assistance in response to crises in the public schools of DuPage County, substantially in the form presented by the superintendent, and to authorize the president and secretary to sign the agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any questions?
Yes, go for it.
Oh, yeah.
You're allowed.
So is this basically our employees would go and help out another district in the county, sort of after first responders have already done what they needed to do, and then
Correct.
vice versa?
Correct. If requested for those
Okay.
services.
Got it.
It could be requests for our staff, it could be
Social workers.
using our facilities to house reunification, it could be for some of our equipment to transfer people around, something like that.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense, thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, please call the vote. Hope we never have to use it.
Mrs. Troutman? Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, item 10, Superintendent's Communication. Item A, Freedom of Information Act requests.
6 FOIA requests for information using specific search terms, 4 granted and 2 unduly burdensome. 1 FOIA request for construction and maintenance work granted, 1 FOIA request for employee information granted, 1 FOIA request for school bus information granted, 1 FOIA request for 6 academic curriculum books, 3 granted and 3 not in possession.
Yeah, thank you. Social media highlights.
Ms. Daniels, prior to, as you launch and prepare for the social media highlights, I just wanted to prepare and share one update to the board and to our community. On February 8th, during our committee of the whole, we shared not only the specifics of our Phase 3 implementation process and plans, but also we shared the aspiration within the coming months that we would have our strategic dashboard available. The dashboard would share more of the details that was explained to the board members during that time, as well as any updates on progress monitoring objectives and very specific strategies. And so on today, I want to share that there will be a soft launch of that strategic plan dashboard. And our administration has been working diligently to prepare for this soft launch that will be officially available on our district website. So if you go to our district website, Ms. Daniels has right down at the bottom, you scroll, you see strategic plan. Right there in the middle, not only do you see the Student of Excellence framework, yep, she's just showing, but then you can actually click on this particular box that then takes you to the strategic dashboard that gives some more context and information regarding our specific priorities, but it also provides more detail as it relates to the various strategies and the actual action steps that the current administration and the team is undergoing. There has been a tremendous amount of thoughtful and intentional and strategic work that has taken place to support students and elevate student achievement and outcomes. And so we felt that it was important to just move forward with this soft launch, understanding that there will still be quite a few updates and modifications that will be made within the next couple of weeks as well as over the next month. I'm just deeply grateful to our district that we now have a viable, comprehensive strategic plan, a roadmap. Obviously, the Board of Education will still continue to give feedback on the various metrics and the ways in which we want to closely monitor our progress. But that soft launch is available for our community to have access to at this moment. Ms. Daniels is just going through to kind of share some examples. When you see those big, broad priorities of student success, learning environment, you're able to just kind of click in to see our key strategies, as well as to just be able to see our progress on there. Obviously, if we are still in the beginning phases, so many of them will be in progress, which will show a 50%. So the 50% is representative of it is in progress. For example, one of our strategies was building and identifying a guaranteed and viable curriculum at the K-5. So if you clicked on that particular, you would see 100% because that has already been completed in terms of the identification of the materials, even though we're very much still very deeply engaged in the professional learning to ensuring the fidelity of implementation of those materials. But I'm just pleased to just share that, again, this is a soft launch. There will be multiple updates, and I'm anticipating even at our next committee of the whole meeting, more specific conversations and reflections around the board's idea of the metrics and the measurements that we have included on here.
I just want to say thank you for that and for all the work that went in. I mean, there's a ton of detail there, and I think it's a nice way for the community to see the progress in the plan that they were a part of creating and where we're at with different objectives. And it's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I mean, that's just fantastic. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, but I do want to say that most districts pay for a service to do this. And the people in this room, and I'm guessing Rudy's team as well, communications.
You were right. You said
The people in this room.
Specifically over on that side of the room.
Like, that's incredible. That's a lot of work. So that is fantastic. So, thank you. Because, we wanted that. Yeah. So, thank you. All right. Oh, excellent. Thank you. That was great. All right, board communications. Anybody have anything? Board members present reports, share information. All right, I just wanted to draw attention to the pop-up that's on our district website for people that have questions. I've gotten a lot of questions, and if you go on the website, there's a pop-up that has a link to a FAQ page. Sorry, I know. Yeah. Anyway, if you go on the website, it'll pop up and you can click on it, and there's an opportunity to submit questions, and also there's answers to frequently asked questions that we've received. And so that's an opportunity. I know even tonight there were some questions brought up, and there have been some asked of many of us here on the board, and so those answers are available there. I just wanted to bring attention to that because that's a great resource as well from communications. So, thank you. Yeah, there it is. Cool. Cool. Okay, so hearing nothing else, April 12th, 2023, Committee of the Whole Board of Education meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center, and April 25th, 2023, Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. We've come to the end of our agenda. We are adjourned.